Could have just stayed over in the right side.
No, because I don't want to go that way.
Huh?
I want to go over the trail.
Oh. I didn't realize where you were at. You could cut that guy off.
Huh?
That guy was trying to come over too.
That truck?
It looked like that silver car was trying to come over too.
Oh, it was, but it was coming behind me.
He's in the A race, but continues to race in the B race and like dominate and win. Like, yeah, it's like seriously, gay.
He's a friend.
But I also didn't plan to go do those rides at the same time, you know. Yeah.
Or just ruin you for a couple extra days.
Well, I'm just clobbering the gear, you know, trying to spin it, and I can't.
Yeah, there is no spin.
No, not on that bike. Now, you catch the 365 up there still, right? As far as I know.
It's right over here somewhere.
No, I think it's up there. I don't know why we have child lock and everything else locked down back here. We don't have children. Huh? Okay. Well, the green chili didn't permeate my bottles in that fridge.
Well, that's good. So they don't taste like green chili either?
I mean, there's
yeah,
a like.
so you're right. It's up here.
Yeah, it's like right. Ouch. Do I risk? I'm gonna put my wallet here that way I don't forget. The last thing I need is to go on a road trip and.
Oh, not have your wallet. Yeah, that's probably a smart idea.
Oh man, I swear I can't do anything.
Do you want me to put it in the other pocket so it's not rubbing against that?
No, I'm gonna put this phone on that side. Alrighty, I'm good to go.
You know, actually, this could have been better timing. My procedure,
Mm-hmm.
because I'll take the stitches out like a couple days before I leave,
Oh,
so I won't have stitches on my hike. I won't have to dress it or anything. How are we doing?
I'm trying to.
Are we live?
Yeah, we've been live for a little while.
Oh my gosh. Did I say anything stupid?
I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
And looks like I have one router that dropped off completely.
I thought you were going to wear your, whatchamacallit, shirt. Your fishing shirt.
No, I'm saving those for the trip.
Oh,
I don't want to have to wash laundry again.
well, I could wash it because I got to do laundry.
Oh, well. The only reason I was wearing it is because I like to wear long sleeve shirts so I don't have to put sunscreen on my arms. Man, I'm already breathing hard. There.
Or elevation, honey. Highly adapted.
Just got started.
I'm breathing hard too.
This is 365, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Forgot to put my gaiters on. No, I'll be good. That's all right. I'll be good. I went back there to go get them and
You want to?
it's completed. No, I'll be good.
Because these probably look better for shoes like that.
I'll be walking slow, I'm sure, not be kicking up a lot of gravel.
I've actually never been on this section of 365.
I haven't either. I've come this way a few times from over there.
I've been this way once on my bike to go to end.
I've come this way, but I ended up turning around. Good.
No, first one, no, you got some good people. This is supposed to be an easy hike.
Apparently you just got to get through that steep section. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I've never been through this section. You can pull up a map right away if you want. I mean, the 365 will be.
Let's go that way.
365 will pull up on your map. Pat D, how are you doing this morning? Cascade and Banff. That sound like some pretty awesome climbs. Today we're not really going to be climbing into the mountain today. We're just hanging out in the lower foothills today. So we won't be seeing a whole lot of the mountain. My wife here is training for the Grand Canyon rim to rim. And so she needs distance today. So we're going to stay on this lower trail instead of going up into the mountain. And I'll be lagging behind as usual. She's got to maintain a kind of a heavy pace, a fast pace, because the Grand Canyon hike is it's probably going to be a full 12-hour day for her. The group of girls she's going with. Because yeah, rim to rim, I can't remember the distance. It's like 7 miles down, like 8 or 12 across, 10 to 12 across, and then like 7 to 8 back up. So we won't really see the beautiful, the pine tree section of the mountain today because we're not going up. So we get to see this more this high mountain desert type of terrain. And I'm going to be lagging behind because I'm still coming off of injury. Huh?
So I don't have to take my pack off. Can you reach in and get my headphones?
Your headphones? They're back down below. That?
Hang on, put it back. Good morning.
Hello. All right, sayonara. So that is about the pace that I would normally go, that you just see her took off. But like I said, I crashed my bike in El Paso Hello. I crashed my bike in El Paso Wednesday night, and so I've got bandages on my left leg here. On my elbow, on my arm, on my shoulder. I got like one, like it's almost my glute, but it's definitely like a big, probably got like a 6-inch bandage on my upper thigh and a 4-inch bandage on my lower thigh down by my knee where I scraped up. So I'm just trying to be a trooper here and join along. Try to keep moving, keep active. You know, don't let the try not to let my muscles and joints, everything stiffen up from the injury. So the plan is that as long as we stay on 365, once she meets her distance, then I will eventually just turn around, head back to the car, and she'll just catch right back up to me. So. Hello. Cascade Mountain and Colden in New York. Wow, this I need to get out to New York. I'm going to try to get out there this year. I have a facility out there in Syracuse. So sometime in June, well, I got to finish up this wave that I'm currently on. So I just finished up my Texas tour, and tomorrow morning I leave for my next 2-week trip. So I'll be headed to Oklahoma, Memphis, Chicago, Gary, Indiana area, Edwardsville, and then Denver, all in 2 weeks, driving and working. Then I'm going to take about a week off, a couple of weeks off, and then I got to go to Vegas one more time in June, the beginning of June. So sometime later in June, I'll probably head back out that way, but probably fly in. Maybe do a sweep, a multiple week sweep where I maybe fly into Atlanta, visit my Atlanta facility, stop in my Greer facility, head over to Richmond, come up to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, work my way, you know, maybe, I don't know, Syracuse, Detroit. Man, if I try to work Columbus in there, that's going to end up being like a 2-week-long trip. It depends. I'm going to have to probably sit down for a while with a spreadsheet and a calendar and try to figure out the logistics of that one. Like, you know, where does it make sense to fly? Where does it make sense to grab a rental car and drive a couple of them, and then maybe fly another to another location, where I pick up another rental car, drive a couple more. I'm really going to have to map that one out. Anyways, I know I'm rambling. I just kind of thinking out loud here while I got some time to think about some stuff. I saw Pat D. I don't know if you're still there. I was cruising one of your social feeds. I think it was Twitter. Yeah, I think it was Twitter. And I noticed in some older posts you had links to unpublished YouTube content, some videos where you're doing singing and mixing harmonies with guitar. That's pretty damn nifty. I wish I had that kind of talent. I do play guitar. I can't say that I'm really good at it. And it's been a while. I just restrung it like several months ago, and then I just hung it back on the wall. I had an amazing instructor. I don't know if you ever heard of Hector Pimentel. Pimentel, it's Pimentel, Pimentel. Pimentel guitars. They make them right here in Albuquerque. Guitar shop here and everything. And I'm talking about like beautiful pieces of equipment, like $25,000 concerto, I think you call it, guitars. But I had Hector Pimentel as an instructor for about a year. So I learned a lot, picked up a lot of, classical playing, flamenco, Spanish style guitar playing. I haven't seen Hector in a long time. Last I heard about him is that I was talking to a tour guide that I know from my tour guide days that was telling me that he was in bad shape. Something about how he was on stage and a rafter fell apart and hit him on the head, and so I really don't know how he's doing. I should probably get by that guitar shop sometime and see if, I don't even know if the guitar shop is even open anymore, to be honest. I mean, I would think that it would be. I mean, the business didn't just rely on Hector Pimentel. And his father was the creator of that business, and then there's, I think, like 4 or 5 brothers, Pimentel brothers, that play guitar and actually construct and make the guitars there. I almost wish my wife had, she doesn't use the function like I do, but I'd like to pull up Garmin Live Track and see how far she is. I think that's her. Is that her already? Holy moly. That's got to be her. I mean, she's got a heck of a pace. Like, even when I'm not injured and can hike regularly with her, like can easily go 14, 15 miles, climb 4,000 feet of elevation, I still can't keep up with her. Yeah, I think that's, yeah, she is gone. She's kind of been looking forward to this and not looking forward to that Grand Canyon trip. The bottom line is she's ready. She's definitely ready for it. Just when you get older and this hurts, this aches, and you've had long days at work, and the little self-doubt kicks in and stuff. But that's one thing I've always appreciated about my wife, is she's just always maintained fitness, and ready to go. I mean, we went for a bike ride the other day, her first bike ride outside. You know, she's been in Zwift. I know I normally do Zwift all through the winter too, but you know, she's stayed on Zwift a lot longer than I have. I was getting out already. So we did our first bike ride together last week. So I had to prep her bike and everything, and that's why I did that live stream, prepping bikes. But, you know, just jumped right on. Like I said, she's always fit. Always, you know, she's always doing strength and conditioning, always on the spin bike, you know. I think she's more ready for this trip than she realizes. I'm sure she'll do the typical where she will outpace and outperform some of the people she'll be going with. It's a girls' trip. I was invited, but I just I'll just kind of hang loose. And not only that, the day that I return from my 2-week trip is the day that she's leaving. So I'm not going to see her for nearly like two and a half weeks. I'm going to be a bachelor for 2.5 weeks. I'll give you an idea of what it looks like out here. I'm sure you can't see it, but let me back up over here a little bit. So I should hang out right here for a little bit. So we're home of the world's longest tram, and I really don't, I doubt the camera can pull it, but you can see the sun shining on the cables coming down the mountain. So there's a tower at the top peak behind this tree here, and then there's a blue tower right here. So there's actually a tram coming down right now. It just went behind this little peak right here. And then this little peak right here in the middle, it's probably gonna, we'll give it a few minutes, it'll pop out right in front of that peak and then come across that, the cables right there, across that blue tower, and then it starts the sharp descent to the lower tram house. So we'll give it a sec here, see when it comes out. Yeah, I'm just going to only assume that you all can see it. Let's see here, it should be popping out here at any moment. Those things do move at a pretty good pace. I think it's about a, let me think about it for a sec. It's about a 10-minute trip from bottom to top or top to bottom. And it goes all the way to the top of the mountain. That is, by the way, that peak up there, that is not the top of the mountain. That's just one of 2 towers that it hits. And then you have the long stretch from that tower all the way to the top. So when you're in that tram, you just look down for several thousand feet to the bottom. One of the things they always highlight when you get to that section there, oh, here comes the tram. It just popped out in front of the mountain right there. So again, I don't know if you can see it, but it's a little white car. And it's heading towards that blue tower. And again, I don't know if you can even see the blue tower in the video, but it's just approaching the blue tower. Okay, it just slowed down. It always slows down at this point because then all of a sudden it's going to just do a deep dive right to okay, so it just went across the tower and now it's going down. So hopefully you all got to see that. Again, I don't know what it looks like. All right, it's about to drop down. Okay. All right, let me get going on this. Finish this hike. This is usually a good time of the day to, see a lot of snakes around here. We don't have, I've heard of some rattlesnake sightings here. We don't really have a lot of rattlesnakes. We have mostly bull snakes out here, which look like rattler snakes. But this is generally the time of the day where you'll see them all, going across the path, trying to, sometimes sprawled out on the path or curled up on the path, where the sun has beat down on it and trying to warm themselves up because the snakes are cold-blooded animals, so they like to stay warm. Cold-blooded reptiles. Yeah, I bet. I am so curious to know how far ahead my wife is right now. She's got to be gone. Wow, you see those, that tree, it looks like it's actually probably 3 trees right in that canyon, just bright green right in that canyon there. Oh, I know what I was trying to say about there, I completely forgot. So at the top of this peak right here, like I said, is where it's the last peak before the top of the tram. Now, I don't know if, again, I can't really see what's going on camera, but in this little V right here, straight up, you can see the cables coming down the mountain are shining from the sun, and that's the upper tram house. So that is a long span of cable there. It has a big droop, and it's like it's probably a couple thousand feet to the bottom of the canyon down there. But in the canyon, in that direction, it's actually a real popular hike to the TWA crash site. Now I'm gonna be wrong in the years, but I think it was in the 70s, like 77, 76, 77. That's where a TWA flight crashed in over there. I don't want to say it crashed into the mountain because pretty much they really don't know a lot about like whether it I don't recall the history. I can't remember if it was bad weather day. It couldn't quite get the elevation. I don't remember the history. So yeah, it definitely crashed out there. Yep. I can't even think of the flight number. Wait a minute. How did those people get over there? Those were the people that were way back there. How in the hell did they get in front of me? They must have come that way or something. I don't know. Well, I think I met my goal, my step goal twice now. My step goal is set for 5,000 steps. And apparently I've met my goal 2 times now. Hello. You know, I woke up with, speaking of the injury from El Paso, you know, not a lot of damage to my bike. I've already got the bike fixed and ready for the next trip. I just had to do change out a rear skewer, little brake adjustment, file some rough edges off the protective plastic on the saddle, and on the brake lever, just file off some rough edges that the asphalt scraped up. So the bike is ready for the next trip. But what I noticed is that, go ahead. What I noticed is that, you know, while my body took a good amount of the blunt and hardly any damage to the bike, I can definitely tell that I definitely rung my bell a little bit. By bell, I mean my head. I didn't even look at my helmet to see if there was an impact crack on it or anything like that. But, you know, so I have the stiffness in the elbow and the shoulder for sure. And I got a little bit of I've had a slight headache. Hello. Why did that guy go that way? So I've had a slight headache and a little bit of stiffness in my neck, so I probably need to, you know, I already threw my helmet in my bike, the bag that I pack all my cycling gear. You know, I have 2 separate bags, you know, one for like everyday clothes and work clothes, and I have one that is just all bike gear, you know, bike shoes, bike bibs, bike kits, everything. And I just threw the helmet in. And if you know anything about helmets, generally the rule of thumb is if you get one good impact, it's essentially garbage. It's throwaway. Because the way a helmet is designed is to take the impact and sort of destruct. You know, so if you've given it a good blow, well, you've taken away its ability to kind of destroy itself, or I can't really think of a great word for basically come apart, what am I trying to say? Basically, it's going to be cracked and broken and everything, and you shouldn't use it again. So I do need to take a look at that helmet and determine whether I should take my other helmet. I do have like 4 helmets, so the one that I take with me just happens to be my lightest helmet, which is important to me because when you're out riding for 2, 3, 4 hours at a time, you actually begin to feel the weight of the helmet. So I try to get, you pay a little bit of a premium, but when you're buying helmets that are only like 260, 200, no more than 280 grams, you pay a little bit of a premium for them. But in the long run, it's better for your neck. Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, you've been riding a long time and everything. Your neck just gets used to it. But it's kind of like lifting weights. Your head becomes stronger no matter what the weight of the helmet is. But it is nice to put on a lightweight helmet. So anyways, yeah, I'm gonna make myself a note to inspect my helmet. All that just to say that, yeah, slight headache, and I can feel the tension in my neck from that fall. I mean, there's no doubt, I hit my head. I had to hit it some way. I mean, there's no way you're going, 25, 20, 28 miles an hour, fall like that, and your head not impact. I don't know if you've ever watched videos where people just fall, just like the weight and the momentum, the head always just snaps and impacts. I can think of a few times that the helmet has saved my head. And I've been down a number of times. A couple of times, at least 3 times in bike races. At least 3 times in bike races, and a couple of times in just like that crash in El Paso. Just, it's not race or anything like that. It's a group ride. I mean, it was intense though. I mean, it was race like. But I had one other time where I was out alone and had one handlebar on the bar, had one hand on the handlebar, just happened to be reaching for some chapstick and hit a rock just right, and it just flipped me and rolled me. And yeah, it was another time that I was just really glad that I had a helmet on. Hey, Monday, the leg's doing great. I'm out here hiking with my wife. Well, you don't see her because her pace is probably 2 or 3 times my pace right now, because she's still training for the Grand Canyon rim to rim. But I'm out here, bandaged up still and everything, trying to keep moving. I couldn't keep up with my wife even without injury, but it's doing all right. You know, having to change my bandages about every 6 to 8 hours now. It was every 4 hours for a little while because, you know, the one on that's practically, it's on my thigh. It's practically on my ass, but that's the biggest one. And that one is the one that's kind of doing the oozing and seeping more than the others. But it's gotten now to where, you know, I'm only changing bandages about every 6 hours. So the ones on my arms are fine. You know, I got one about a 2-inch bandage on my elbow and a 3-inch bandage on my shoulder. Got a 4-inch bandage on my lower thigh down by the kneecap, and a 6-inch bandage up on the upper thigh on my hip, towards my hip. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I mean, you really can't take a fall like that without hitting your head, is what I was explaining. I don't know if you ever watch videos where people are on bikes or skateboards or they hit the stairs or they slip or this, you know, you see all those videos. But if you watch the head, whenever the body falls, that head just always, wow, it like snaps. I can tell just by how my head feels and my neck that I'm pretty sure I rung my bell a little bit. So I was just kind of explaining that I need to go check my helmet because that's one thing I didn't even, I inspected my bike thoroughly and it's good. It's ready for the next trip. Even though I could have just took another bike, you know, I have plenty of bikes. But I need to inspect that helmet and make sure it didn't get destroyed, because that's what a helmet is designed to do. Is you know, when a helmet hits, it's meant to kind of crack and destruct and take the impact. And so you got to make sure you inspect them. In fact, usually in a race, I think it was 2018 state championships, state road race championships, I crashed in that race. I talk about these crashes like I crash all the time. I don't crash all the time. I have an event maybe every other year, every 2 years or so, okay? So in 2018, I crashed, of all the damn places, right like 200 meters from the damn finish line. It was my race to win. Somebody went down in front of me. And same thing, I went to the right, unfortunately hit the dirt, wheel went out, and I crashed bad, man. I mean, I did full-on scorpion. And if you don't know what I mean by scorpion, it's basically where your body plants and your back legs come right over. Like, it just completely torques your spine and rib cage, everything. And so the USAC officials and medic, you know, came over, you know, of course, looking at me. And, you know, one of the things they do is they do a helmet examination to determine whether you may have potentially got a concussion or something. So it's something that's in their training, is to look at whether that helmet shows any indication of destruction or impact. Yeah, skateboarding for sure. Those are some of those videos that, like, I can't watch because, like, that's one of the things I pay attention to, like when they fall or anything. You know, you watch the whole body. The body's coming down, 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 and all of a sudden you just see the head. Crap. It's like you know that hurt. And so why people do riding and things like that without a helmet, dude, I don't know. I rung my bell once, again, This was a while ago. This was probably in like 2012, that where I was explaining where I had my hand on the handlebar and was reaching for chapstick or something. I don't remember. Just happened to hit a rock in the road and it rolled me. I was only going, I couldn't have been going more than 20, maybe above 15 miles an hour. And that fall rung my bell good. And so I just can't imagine, you know, riding without a helmet. Now I do it on occasion. I'm doing a quick little road test on the bike or run down the street or something, you know. Hey, people have been riding without helmets for a long time, but the one that kills me. Now I'm trained motorcycle rider. I've raced motorcycles. The one that kills me is when you see these guys on a motorcycle with no helmet. Yeah, for the life of me, I don't know. I don't understand that part, especially with the way people don't pay attention nowadays and driving. You're just putting your life at risk. You're putting your life at risk as it is on a motorcycle. And then you're going to do it without a helmet? Nah. I don't get it. Well, my wife texted me a little while ago, and I think she was at 2 miles, and I didn't check to see what my distance was at that time. I'm barely at 1.62. And she texted me probably a good 10, 15 minutes ago. So that means she's already like probably at like 2.5 miles, and I'm barely at 1.62. She's definitely got a good pace, and she needs it. I'll tell you what, right now, I couldn't even imagine trying to do Grand Canyon rim to rim right now. Stop right here and take a look at some of the scenery here. Now, I'll be seeing this when I go back, because this same trail, my wife and I, we already agreed on, so that we don't get lost, that we're going to stay on this 365. So what's going to happen is at some point in time when she's got the distance that she wants for training today, it's going to be a combination of distance and time. Then I'm going to turn around and start walking back, and she will more than likely catch me either just as we get to the Jeep, or at some point in time, maybe right before we get back to the Jeep. So these two houses right here, this brown one and that gray one, are two houses that I normally see when I ride my bike. There's a road that goes right in front of those houses called Bighorn Loop. Hello. So I'm familiar with those two houses right there. I've never seen them from the backside before. They're huge houses, especially that red one, or the brown one with the red roof. Let me turn this way here. This right here is so Pat D, I don't know if you're still hanging around or not, but this is the mountain that, so if we would have went north, you would eventually cut into this mountain here. And so this is it's roughly almost 11,000, it's like 10,700 feet at the top. So again, I don't know if the camera shows it or not, but the very, very top right there are all the antennas, radio, television, cell phone towers are all right at the top there. the tram cable, you can see it go right over here. Oh. Good. So you can see the sun shining on the cables, and right up there is the upper tram house. So a lot of times what my wife and I do is down here, over there where we started this hike, is the lower tram house. So oftentimes what we do is we do a hike that's called lower tram house to upper tram house. So it goes north along the foothills and slowly climbs the mountain here, not on this side, but on the other side of that hill. It goes around over there and it climbs up. You go up about 2.5 miles, and then it hits a junction, and then all of a sudden it just starts a long weave up that mountain to where you're literally, that rock, that crest of rock right there, you end up behind it, inside of it, and then you continue up, and it goes straight up almost to where those towers are, and then there's a trail that follows, like not at the very top, but it follows along that rim, I don't know, maybe 100 yards or more from the very top. There's a trail that just goes right along that edge all the way to that tram house, and it's like 9.6 miles long. Now most of the time when we hike it, it takes about, oh goodness, I'm trying to think of the times. I think it's generally about 4.5 hours to hike it at 9.6 miles. Okay. Now several years ago, when I was really fit, probably about 20 pounds lighter and really fit. I mean, I was in like my prime fit condition when I was about 45, probably 5-6 years ago. I was in like peak fitness. I ran up that 9.5 miles. It's like 9.38 or 9.36. I can't remember exactly. I ran it in 2 hours and like 38 minutes or something like that. Ran it. Now there's places where you can't run, you know, it's just too damn steep, and there's a section up there in all those rocks where it's like these, you're trying to run across these big boulders and you can't run across them. You're just like literally trying to quickly step across them because, you know, you don't want to twist your ankle. But you can run probably a good 80% of that hike. Even the steep sections, you know, like I won't say that I was running, but I was still like doing the movement of running, but you know, the hill is so steep that you're just basically hiking fast. That's what it ends up being. But there are a lot of sections where, especially the top, once you hit that junction up at the top, and you're running along the rim, yeah, sure. When you're running along the crest, the ridge across the top, that there's like really flat. So that's about a 2-mile run where all of a sudden, you know, where you were only running like maybe 11 something pace and 13 pace, 10 pace. That section at the top, the last 2 miles, is where you can pick up and run. You know, back then I was pretty fit. I could run like about an 8.5 or 9 minute mile. Do a sprint? No, sir, Matias. Not me, not today. I don't know if you saw If you go look in my VODs, I was on a group ride in El Paso, Texas on Wednesday, and I crashed my bike. So I'm currently walking out here hiking, injured. I've got 2 big bandages on my leg, 2 big bandages on my arm. So yeah, I can't run right now. Yeah, that's right. She didn't want to be the rotten egg. And that's the one thing about my wife. She just like damn competitive spirit all the time, even with me. Like we go riding together, and if she thinks she's got an opportunity to like get ahead of me, yeah, if she's remotely feels like she can start outpacing me, she'll go. Hello. Hey. So, just want to show you and confirm. So we're still in 365, which is the name of the stream today. So again, my wife out here training for the Grand Canyon, rim to rim. So I told her I would join her, even though I'm injured. So her hike today. The reason why we're not hiking up into the mountain today is her hike today is all about distance and time. So if we're climbing up, she's not going to get the distance. She'll get the time, but she needed distance because I believe the Grand Canyon rim to rim is something like, I know I keep throwing different numbers, but it's like either 18, 20, I really don't know. I know it's a lot. It's probably 17 or 18. I should have just brought my mountain bike. I mean, I can still pedal. But the last thing I need is to hit one of these rocks and just fall again. That would just add injury upon injury. It's not a hard trail to ride. I mean, there's some technical sections, but this is actually a real fun mountain bike trail. And then, just when you hit those technical sections, just get off and walk, you don't have to, there's nobody around here to impress. So, I do have the skills, just sitting on a current injury, I definitely do not want to stir anything up because I leave Sunday for my next Road Warrior business trip, and so I need my leg functional as possible to be able to sit and drive for 8-9 hours each location I'm driving to, and then be able to stand for 8 or 9 hours while I'm working in some of these places I'm traveling to. And then I did pack my bike. So I will continue to do some IRL bike streams, in some of these different locations I'm driving to. Matias, I don't know if you're still there, but next weekend I'm actually going to be in the Chicago area and already coordinating with Peloton on connecting and doing a ride together. So we might be doing a multi-stream there, a collaborative stream. So here's the technical section right here. Like, you know, if you had a good mountain bike full suspension, this here would be easy, even going up. But again, on an injury, I would just get off it and walk it. I wouldn't risk it. Well, it definitely turned out to be an amazing, a beautiful Saturday. Yeah, I can't believe this weather right now, and it's actually quite cool. I believe, I have to check the temperature, but I think we're going to get up to 86 or 91 today. I can't remember if it was today or tomorrow. So it's going to get hot today, but this morning, we got out here pretty early, so it was like 54 degrees. It's easily, you know, 70s right now. So it's still nice and cool. It's not too bad. So here's a real nice technical section. You can see a lot of people probably coming with their mountain bike, hitting that. Boom, and then going right off. Now, if you're really good, now this would be pretty difficult, but you could hit this going up. I mean, they set the stones up. Tough, but you could ride up that easy if you had the skills. If you had the momentum and speed coming this way, if you're coming this way, boom, you hit that with the right amount of speed, momentum, you just carry right over the top of that. Well, boy, the signal has been pretty amazing out here with this 3 modems and Bella box. I mean, they're all connected, all pushing really nice, strong video. So I imagine the stream has, I think I have like a couple of points at the very beginning over there of low bit rate. But from what I can tell, looks like it's a pretty good, it's been a really good connection through here. Let me see if this is connected. Yep, that's connected too. So I've already got, I'm going to try to, so I'm just now at 2 miles. So this is about where my wife texted me from, probably a good 15-20 minutes ago. So she's easily got to be already a mile ahead of me. So she's 3 miles in. 3 miles in at about 1 hour. She wasn't sure if she was just going to go for a set distance or try to go for 3 to 4 hours. Hello. So I don't think she has a distance in mind. She just wants the time. Because I think when she does the Grand Canyon, I can't remember what she told me the time should be. You know, we did Wheeler Peak last year. Now Wheeler Peak, it's the highest mountain here in New Mexico. I think it's like 14 plus, I think like 14.1, 14.2, 14.3, something like that. 14,000 feet. No, I don't think it's that high. It's like a 12 or 13. Because there's the known term of 14ers, and I don't think it's a 14er. I think it's like 12 or something. I can't remember. But we trained for that for about 2 months. And we decided instead of just doing the up and back, that we were actually going to do full loop. So it ended up being like a 14-mile hike. I think like 4,000 feet of elevation gain. And it took us probably close to 10 to 11 hours. So the Grand Canyon one that she's going to do, I believe it's going to be a full 12-hour day, if I recall. So I think the way it's going to work is they're going to drive up. She's going to meet all the ladies that she's going to go with. They'll put a campsite up where they will start, because they're going to try to get us started about 4 o'clock in the morning, and try to be done by 4 o'clock that evening is I think their goal. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I thought I saw, yeah, I think I see Elena Gallegos out there. Is that Elena? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Well, I don't know. Oh yeah, because that car's coming this way. So there's a parking area this side of Elena. But I think I see the little ranger station of Elena. And so she wanted to make it past Elena Gallegos today. So we'll see how far she goes. I may at some point in time get a head start at turning around, because I am definitely moving probably less than half the pace she is with this injured leg. I told her that if I got back to the car, I don't mind waiting for her. You know, if she wanted to do 4 hours and I end up waiting over there for an hour, I'll wait for an hour there. All right, she just texted me. Oh no, that was my mom. Hang on a sec, I could text my mom here. I think somebody else is behind me. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. So one thing I didn't mention, and I probably should check, I have my computer, the streaming computer, set up to do multi-stream today, so I'm sending the stream to YouTube. So I'm probably over here being like really rude and not even there. I mean, there could be people on YouTube that are actually trying to chat with me, and I'm just being completely unresponsive. So I'm gonna just take a quick look over there and see what's going on. Oh yeah, look, 0 viewers. I think that's one reason why I never stream to YouTube. Yeah, people don't come to my YouTube for streams. And everybody's always complaining about, you know, the discoverability on YouTube. And the computer that I have at home, the way the streaming PC in the gym, I configured it to be a pretty robust machine. It can handle processing the VOD for 2 streams, and then I definitely have enough bandwidth, internet bandwidth, for pushing to 2 locations. Because I'm you know, yeah, I'm pushing the same amount of bit rate to YouTube that I am to Twitch, which is about 7,500 kilobits. So I just thought, what the heck? It's been a while since I've streamed over on YouTube, so I'll just send the stream to 2 locations and you know, see if anybody jumps in. So if anybody has jumped in to watch the stream at YouTube, I apologize if you were texting or chatting at me and I was not responding. I got to figure out how to get the chat on both locations on one device. So I don't know if anybody has a solve for that. I'm just not taking the time to do it. I definitely would like to grow the live streams on the YouTube. I have another PowerKarma channel on YouTube. So I have my main PowerKarma, which is fully monetized, ad ready, fully monetized. But I have another PowerKarma streaming channel that is not. That's where I was thinking about just shooting all my live streams. And then I don't think I'll ever be a partner with Twitch. So as far as having to worry about streaming exclusively on Twitch, I don't think I'll ever have to worry about that. So what I'll probably do in the future, if I continue to send the stream over there. Now I do put all the links to the Twitch in the description on the YouTube channel. So what I might do in the future is just kind of set a default on the YouTube stream for chat. You know, jump over to Twitch and provide the link. You know, is what I might do, because it's going to be a pain in the butt trying to monitor two chat. I mean, when I'm at home and I'm in the gym and I'm streaming to two platforms, it's easy because I can, you know, I have a nice wide screen. I can have the Twitch chat up. I can have the YouTube chat, and I can easily see what's going on. But when you're out here trying to do this, and I got one phone on my wrist here. I do have another phone in my pocket that I use for controlling, you know, the Bella box and the connections and all the other stuff. And I could, you know, quickly flip over to YouTube and see, but, you know, I also got to be able to walk and pay attention to what I'm doing so I don't trip on one of these darn rocks out here. Let's see, I'm at 2.5 miles. My wife hasn't texted me in a while. I really want to text her to get an idea how far ahead she is. She's got to be, goodness, she's got to be 3.5, probably pushing 4. So if I start turning around now, well, I'm going to wait till I get like 2.5. So if I turn around, I'll get 5 miles. She's probably going to get, see, an hour and 20. She's probably doing easily about a 4 pace, 4 to 5. I'm sure she is, and probably running in some locations. Knowing her, she's partially running. So if I head back, I'm going to end up having like 3 hours total time. She could easily turn around at any point in time, get her 3 hours, and have much more time. But she might go the full stretch and get the 4 hours. I think she was up for the idea of getting 4 hours in. I just got to decide how much more I want to put in. You know, my leg's not bothering me. Leg's really not bothering me. I don't think my bandages are leaking or anything, so I'm more than likely okay. I would really like to make it to Elena Gallegos over there, but that's just
is that Honda CRV.
Uh-oh. That was hilarious.
I turned around to look at you, and my front wheel was like a foot away. I knew I wasn't going to be able to stop. And I knew my shin was just going to slam into it, so I just stopped.
I wonder if you could brake plunge in.
Yeah.
Hey.
Good morning.
How you doing?
How are you?
Good.
Good. Thanks.
You know what I think I need to do? You know, this backpack that I have all this IRL gear in, it's a full mesh backpack, like completely mesh. I think, you know, I had a disconnect there, and what I'm not sure if it is whether or not the bellow box is heating up and then shutting down. But I heard one of the modems beep, so kind of curious what it is. It's probably about time that I actually mount the little fan on the bellow box, and I might do that today. I'll probably make that one of my chores, is mounting the fan on the bellow box. All right, so I'm at 2.6 miles. So I'm probably gonna end up getting just under 3 miles. I'm gonna go ahead and text my wife, let her know that I'm gonna turn around. Oh, wow, she just, how long ago did she text that? 10:03. Okay, she's turning back. She's got 4 miles. Good grief. I better turn around and start heading back. What time was that? 10:15. She sent that at 10:03. Okay, all right, I'm good. I just want to make sure she didn't send that a while ago, and now she's gonna pass me and be waiting at the Jeep for me forever. So she's gonna end up with 8 miles in roughly probably just under three hours, which is pretty good for her. That's a good pace. All right, everyone, so I am turning around. But
Thank you.
sure. So I am going to try to walk back a little faster than when I came out, just to make sure that my wife doesn't completely catch me. Which I'm sure she will, because I about guarantee you, if she's got 4 miles in at an hour and 28 minutes, well, technically she had 4 miles at about an hour and 20, or a little less. So she's definitely slightly jogging it. I about guarantee you that.
Thank you.
You know, so I'm definitely going to try to pick up my pace a little bit, just to make sure we're at least trying to get back at the car close to the same time together. So there may not be as much chatty Cathy coming out of my mouth heading back, or giving you the tour guide version of this hike. I'm definitely gonna try to beeline it back. Tell you what, if there's anybody out there, anybody want to take bets on whether my wife catches me before I get back to the Jeep or not? Any bet takers out there? I'm willing to bet she will catch me before I get back to the Jeep, even if I'm sitting here kind of trying to pick up my pace a little bit. So the good thing is about coming back this way, you get to see that Sandia mountain. It's pretty much been at my back all this time. So just on the other side of the peak right over there, well, not the peak, that's considered the peak, that's the tram house. But just on the other side of this, over here by the tram house, is where the other side is the ski area on the other side of the mountain. Sandia ski area.
Good morning.
Hello. I'm jealous that I'm not out here running. I actually do have my running shoes, my hiking running shoes on, my Ultras, which I have two pairs of them. Hello. You know, as a general courtesy, you know, bikes are supposed to give walkers right of way, but I generally, as a general courtesy, try to let them go. Why do I not remember this section here? Oh, I think I do. But, you know, it's a little irritating when you got a guy like that, it just seems like he just expected me to move out of the way. You know, I'm going to do it anyways. So, as a courtesy. Because, you know, you're on the bike, and especially if you're coming up, you know, hell, trying to, like, stop to give hikers, you know, right away, and then trying to get back up and get, you know, momentum. It's a pain in the ass. But man, don't go right through here like it is expected. Because I could take this path, stay full shoulder, and Hey, buddy, you're gonna have to stop. Because I don't feel like extending that courtesy to you today. Anyways, that's just my rant. For the one individual that just happened to be on the trail that seemed to have that sort of aura about him, like he was really not going to slow down. You know, as a biker out here, you got to be prepared, you know. You don't know if people are out here hiking with their headphones on, things like that. They may not hear you coming. I keep looking back because she can't possibly be that close to me, but I'm just expecting to turn around and just see her breathing on down my back. Believe me, I got to get at least a mile before she catches up to me. But if she's remotely running it, which, as you can see, this trail would be very easy to run. It's not, again, it's not like we're up in the mountains or we're going up. It's this section of the foothill. Yeah, it has its little gradual kind of ups and downs, but what's nice about this trail is you can just run it. It's pretty, it runs right along the foothills. And you can take it all the way, no joke, all the way to the end where, what's the freeway there? I-25, no, not I-20, I-40. You can run it all the way to I-40. In fact, there's a run that happens once a year. I don't remember what time of year it is, but a lot of the ultra runners have this sort of underground organized run. It starts at somebody's house up here in the heights, and they run these foothills like the full loop, a big loop. Yeah, I think this would be fun to go run again. I haven't completely lost my running legs. I definitely do better on trails and dirt than I do pavement or inclining. So even though I have a nice pair of, what do you call them, the Nike Zooms, are they called the Zooms? It's like the latest and greatest running shoe that all the runners have been running on the last few years. I think it's the Zoom. So I do have a nice pair of street running shoes, but I have 2 pairs of ultra trail running shoes, which I prefer to run on. It's just less impact, and I tend to run better going up versus pavement. And running down I don't have so much a problem with, because I'm okay with allowing the gravity and the momentum to take me. Where you cause yourself injury going down is where you're kind of like trying to slow yourself. When you're slowing yourself, you're working muscles and around your quad, your kneecap, and things that are just doing things it shouldn't do. Granted, you don't want to get carried away and just like free for all, but you almost kind of have to go with the momentum. Make sure you look at ahead. Don't accidentally step on a rock or you're going to twist your ankle, and but the deceleration while running downhill is what will definitely cause you injury. But going up, that's actually fun and easy for running. Well, I know I'm on the right path, but gosh darn it, nothing looks familiar as usual. These walkers or runners? Riders. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep.
Have a good hike.
Yep. Good. Yep. I have to say I'm a bit surprised that my leg is not bothering me near as badly as it could. It could be a lot worse, and it's really not. And I think it's just been helpful to keep moving. Changing bandages. Yesterday I kind of took the day off of work. I had to do a little bit of work, but the work, was a little bit of paperwork, a few phone calls, but really I considered my work day was unpacking and resetting my luggage, my truck, the food, everything that I have to take to be a road warrior for 2 weeks. I consider part of work. So I was pretty active the whole day yesterday. That would have been the day that potentially could have been, one of the worst days for me is if I would have just allowed myself to sit still and do nothing. So I would sit down, do some stuff with the computer for a bit, get up, go do some chores, prep the bike, prep the trucks, you know, laundry, various chores around the house, sit down again, and just on and off all day. Just kept myself moving. And so even from the time of the injury, the day after, just you know, I was active because obviously I was in El Paso to work the next day. So even today, just feels pretty good. I don't really have too much soreness going on other than the neck thing I talked about earlier when I started this hike. Let's see here. 3.39 miles. What did I do? I did roughly 2.6. So she is double. She was more than double. No, wait, what am I thinking? Double would be if I only did 2 miles. I'm trying to predict when she'll catch me here. I know I'll be pretty close to the Jeep. I don't think I'll make it to the Jeep before she catches me. I really don't. I'm still willing to bet on that if anybody wants to take the bet. It's like 2 good different paths to take your mountain bike on. Right there. I was just looking at it thinking like, okay, if I was on my mountain bike, which one would I take? Well, it partly depends on which mountain bike I take. I don't have a full suspension bike like my wife does. Because if you have a full suspension bike, it doesn't matter what path you take. The bike does all the work for you. But if I had my front suspension hardtail, I would probably take the one on the right. If I was riding my single speed, fully rigid, so rigid, you know, straight fork, rigid frame, 29-inch tires, 2.2, 29 by 2.2s. So there's reasonable amount of suspension, but you got to do all the work. I definitely would have taken the left. Because if you don't, you know, when you ride a fully rigid single speed out here, you gotta kind of work your bike. Otherwise, you're gonna jar your brain. So I do like bringing my single speed out here. Because it does definitely help improve your handling, your skills. Because unlike a full suspension bike, you could just you can run over. Like if I hit that with my single speed, it would you know, bump me around, jar my brain. Where you can come out here with a full suspension bike, run over all this here, you don't even feel it. So it doesn't require near the skill to ride a full suspension bike out here as it does a fully rigid single. And then when you have a single, it's also, you know, you don't have the option of changing gears. Your gear is what it is. So you may be just right for climbing, depending on, you know, how steep it is, but then there's times where you're going to be kind of powering it, and you usually push right past a lot of these people on these full suspension mountain bikes. But then where they get you is going down, because you just got one speed and that's it. So you got full gravity. That's all you get. And then of course no suspension. So you got to watch what you come down, what you hit. So going down is where those suspension bikes will easily overtake a single speed. But I've ridden out here with some people before, and they're just surprised that I kick their butts going up. Well, you know, I'm a pretty fit dude, and if you got properly geared single speed, you can beat them up.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Sure. But yeah, you take a full suspension bike like that. Like I said, you can just hit it. You can hit anything. Now I think that was a 26-inch wheel or 27. I couldn't tell. Definitely wasn't a 29. But if you had 29 full suspension, you can practically run over that rock up ahead there, and you know you're barely gonna feel it. I mean, that's a bit of an exaggeration right there, but point being is just full suspension is fun. You know, it has its place. You know, I'm not criticizing it, just giving a comparison, because I've ridden all of them, and just from riding them, my personal preference is just come out on single speed. It's like this right here, you know, it'd definitely be maneuvering how I'm going to come down that. So if I was on single speed, I would have cut across that way and come down. Where if I was in the full suspension, I would have just went right over that rock right there. Hello from the Netherlands. Yeah, it's a good trail. It's not one of the best trails we have out here. I'm walking in the lower foothills versus going up in the mountains, where it's definitely much more beautiful. You know, the pine trees, aspens, springs up there. But I'm out here hiking with my wife, even though you don't see her. My wife is training for the rim to rim Grand Canyon hike, and so she has always been able to hike faster than I can, and I'm on also got an injury I'm on right now, so we'll see her here in a little bit. I'm sure she's gonna catch me at some point in time. But she's definitely training. I got a very, very high pace going, all in preparation for her big Grand Canyon hike next month. I think it's next month. Yeah. No, it's actually this month. What am I thinking? Yeah. It's actually in like 3 weeks. So I predicted at some point in time before I get to the car, she should be catching me. I keep looking back because I almost expect her to, like, so I just came around on that trail over there, and I keep looking back expecting like she's going to be breathing on my neck at any point in time. And but I've got a ways to go. I mean, I'll give you an idea how fast she's going. At about 1 hour and 20 minutes in, she had 4 miles, and I was at 2.6 miles, maybe 2.5. So she's moving at a pretty quick tick there, quick pace. Man, I got a ways to go. Well, of course, I'm only at 3.75 and I went 2.6 out. So at some point in time I should have 5 miles.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
I don't know if I've ever heard that team before. That new kit. But it wouldn't surprise me. It's not like I know every single team out here. I mean, I practically do. I do. I mean, the Albuquerque, New Mexico cycling community is not huge. Even though we're, about a 750,000 population here. That's big, but the cycling community here it seems small. Like, people know people. Like, you tend to know all the teams, all the people. People say, hey, do you know so-and-so? It's like, yeah, I'm dragging on about the point that you tend to know all the cyclists. And so that team right there, those kits, I have never seen those before. Team Velos, I think is what it said. So I don't know if they're just exclusive mountain bike and that's why I've never seen them, or if they're from out of state out here. They're out of state and they're visiting here, catching some of our trails. Yeah, not sure. Although the one guy in the back does look familiar. I just can't quite place him to say, like, okay, yeah, I know who that is. Hang on a second, let me see what you wrote here. Yeah, so the Grand Canyon hike. Now I'm going to be wrong on the numbers here, and by the way, I can't read your name because let's see, it's bright orange. Let me stop in the shade here. It's like this orange on black. Racket Conjun, I think is what I read. The Grand Canyon, rim to rim, I believe is about 17 to 20 miles, okay? I'm just going to throw the range out there because I don't remember, okay? And it could be more because I kind of recall my wife telling me that it's 7 down, 10 or 12 across, and 7 up. Okay, so I could be completely wrong. It could be that it's 22 miles. but I know that they're planning for like a full 12-hour day. She's going out with a group of gals that she knows. One of them is her best friend. She's actually she works for the Forest Service, Park Ranger Forest Service in Arizona. And I'm talking about the United States, obviously. So she's very familiar with all the wilderness, the wildlife. I think she has a doctorate's degree in, I don't know, it's like, I'll just put it like this. That woman is so smart. She's like a walking, you go on a hike with her, you're going to learn something. She'll tell you something about the biology of this darn cactus in the ground here. But anyways, they're going to meet out there. She's going to meet her friends out in Arizona. They plan to camp the night before at the start point and try to get a start at about 4 to 5 o'clock in the morning to start the trek down into the Grand Canyon. Yeah, my wife, she's well, you'll see her here soon. She's if you happen to be around. Like I said, I actually turned around and heading back to the car. You know, we decided we were going to stay on this 365, so that way I don't lose track of her, and she don't lose track of me. So she started out at a pretty good tick, well ahead of me, and so we just turned around. When she hit 4 miles, I was at 2.6. So we turn around, we're headed back. So you might see her if you're still sticking around. But she's pretty fit, you know. We ride and race bicycles, we hike. Last year we did the Mount Wheeler Loop, which was about 14 miles and climbed nearly 4,000 feet of elevation. It's our highest mountain peak here in New Mexico. So yeah, we're a pretty fit couple and do a lot of activities like this. For me personally, I know you're new to my stream here. I've never really been able to hike near as quickly as she can. Now, if I run, that's a different matter. But right now, I'm on an injury on my left leg right now. I crashed my bicycle while streaming in El Paso on Wednesday, and so there's a clip of it in my videos here. But yeah, I crashed, went down pretty hard. So I've got bandages on my arm and I got bandages on my left leg right now. So I'm out here just trying to, keep movement in my legs and keep from stiffening up. And I'm more than likely going to have to change all my bandages when I get back home. I've got a 6-inch bandage on my upper thigh, a 4-inch bandage on my lower thigh, a 4-inch bandage on my upper shoulder, and a 3-inch bandage on my elbow area. So yeah, if you're talking about my wife's friend, yeah, she is pretty smart. And she's a hunter. I mean, I've gone, when she did the hike with us last year at Wheeler, you just never know what she's going to bring. And she brought with her some beef jerky from wild boar, a wild boar that she shot down there near the Arizona-Mexico border. I was a little reluctant to try it, but it's pretty damn good. So she's pretty savvy for getting around the mountains, knowing the wilderness. All right, here we are again. So I'll point this out again, just in case anybody's interested. Well, let me get a little further ahead, because so this is where I stopped on the way back. Excuse me, I'm burping for some reason. So straight ahead of me, I'm going to try to get a little further here because I don't think I'm going to be able to see the top here. Well, I'll just stop right here for a sec. So we're home of the world's longest tram. So my wife and I started on the other side of that hill there at the lower tram house, okay? Now, straight ahead, I don't know if the video will show it, but there's a blue tower right there where the cars come up to the first one. And then there's a little peak right here, and then there's a peak over here. And there's another tower sitting right in the saddle of that mountain there. And that's the second tower. And then it starts the longest stretch all the way to the top, which is, you can't see it from here, but it's in between that V section right in there. So you get up there and you could just see down to the bottom of the mountain in that canyon over there for several thousand feet. I don't see any trams on it right now, but just like when I came out, if I see a tram car, I'll stop so that we can get a glimpse of it. But that is our, well, not right there. The top of the mountain is actually further up. You probably can't see it on the video like I can, but straight out that way I can see all the radio, cell phone, and TV antennas like way up there in the top. So what you see right here, that's not the top of the mountain at all. The top of the mountain here, our mountain, is 10,760, something like that. So almost 11,000 feet is our mountain. And then there's a ski area on the other side of that mountain. So right in our backyard practically, and it's about a 45-minute drive from my house. You know, you could be skiing in the wintertime here. Oh, she's on the chat. I didn't even realize that. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the chat. While I was standing still for a little bit, I was kind of curious how far you are behind me. I keep looking back, expecting you to be breathing on my neck here any moment. So I don't know if you're still there or not. Good. Oh, yeah, this trail here, by the way, I can't remember your name here. Oh, Dolath, completely different person. Dolath, you would love this trail. It runs right along the foothills of our mountain. It's not overly steep. I mean, there's some sections where it kind of goes up. It kind of goes up and down, so you will get a little bit of elevation. But this is one of the easiest foothill trails to run, man. Yeah, definitely bring your Ultra, whatever trail running shoes you prefer. And yeah, this is the trail to run right here. Let me see if I see her yet. Let's see, I'm at 4.2. So I don't see her yet. Nope. Yeah, I don't see her. And knowing my wife, she's probably kind of doing like a combo run, jog, a wog is I think we refer it to. Oh darn, just dropped my bottle. Oh, this is one thing I can't do quite yet with this leg injury. Dang it. Just got it full of dirt. Shit. Oh well. That's why I got 2 bottles. Let me just drink this one really quick. Well, gotta watch that bottle. Yeah, it's actually a perfect temperature. And we started out this morning at my house, it was like 54 degrees. And by the time we got up here, I think it was probably still below 60. So yeah, the temperatures are really nice right now. And I think it is supposed to get warm today. I think we're going to see temps of around 60. Or I'm 60. I think like 86 today is what I saw for a high, possibly. Let's see here. I'm just going to try to keep going because, like, I know she's probably like right behind me. So like, even though I didn't see her in that stretch of open canyon right there, she could have easily turned the corner. So I think I'm still willing to bet that she will catch me before I make it back to the Jeep. Now we're not too far because I can see the tower for the tram right there, and the tram is pretty much even parallel with the parking lot that we're in. So even though I got a good ways and there's a steep section coming through here, I'm still willing to bet that she's going to catch me before I get to the Jeep. And again, I've got an injured leg. I'm not going to let that be a complete excuse, so I definitely have my pace turned back up here a little bit. And I'm trying to still be a cordial. Oh, there she is. I knew it. She's right there in between the trees. I better turn around and keep going. Yeah, if anybody would have bet me, like I said, I'm thinking she's going to catch me. So y'all get to see her live here, and if y'all hang about in about, I'd say in the next 5 minutes or so, she's probably going to be right on my neck here. I'm sure giving me a hard time harassing me about something. We'll see. Now, that's pretty good. So that means that in the same amount of time that I'm going to end up with just a little over 5, she's gotten 8. Let's see here. I got to quit looking back, otherwise I'm going to trip. So Dolath, I don't know if you're still there, but I think I was saying your Twitch name right. As many times I've been in there and given you a hard time about your socks not matching. Yeah, I would normally run this trail myself too, but I can't run right now. Oh, good. I can almost I can hear her footsteps behind me. She's probably running. I guarantee she's like, I wouldn't say running, but walking. Oh. There's a lot of times when we hike together and I'm not injured, we're usually, they say pretty much jogging. Oh, she's actually just walking right now. Okay. So, I'm still a bit ahead of her. I just got a peek of her right around the rock there. Yes, that's probably where she's going to catch me once I start doing this climb back to the water tower over here. Oh, that hurt. That is our beautiful city, Albuquerque, New Mexico. All right there. Hey. I was taking bets on whether I would beat you back to the car or not. Taking bets on whether I beat you back to the car or not.
Oh, I win. I saw you clear over there.
Yeah, I saw you too a couple times.
You know that that really tall rock structure?
Mm-hmm.
I was standing on top of that trying to find you.
I saw you a couple of times, but...
Yeah.
So how far past Elena did you make it?
About 7/10 of a mile.
7/10?
Yeah, so Elena Gallegos is about 3.3 miles.
Did you go up or did you go up?
On 365.
Okay, so 365 doesn't go...
365 goes across the road.
It keeps going across.
Yeah.
So which one, what's the trail that goes up?
230.
230, okay.
Yeah, so the road was at 3.3 miles, and I went to 4 miles.
Yeah, I think it was at around 2.6 when you had your 4. And I didn't see your text or hear it, so... So I had already walked like an additional 5 minutes before I realized you had texted me.
Oh, yeah.
And then I turned around.
Yeah, I'm at almost 7.5 miles.
Uh-huh. So you're gonna end up with 8, a little over 8.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. And you're gonna have 3 hours in?
202.
Oh.
My legs are hurting.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
There, my mind.
Are you taking those shoes to Grand Canyon, or you take?
I was thinking of it.
Are you?
I don't have any other shoes. That's the problem.
You need new ones?
Oh, I don't want to get new ones now.
No. Yeah. Let's see.
Now is not the time to get new shoes.
Oh.
It might be the sock there.
Huh?
It might be the sock there.
A sock?
I think I need to switch my socks. Hello.
What are you wearing wool or what you got on?
No, I'm wearing, I don't know if these are wool or not. These are bombas.
Yeah.
But I think they're a little too thick.
I got people saying hello to you out here.
Look at my bum.
This guy or person is from the Netherlands.
Oh,
Isn't that your?
Guten Morgen. That's German. Sorry.
Oh, you're Danish descent.
My dad went on a mission to the Netherlands,
Oh yeah.
and I've been to the Netherlands. Den Haag.
Hog.
Den the Haag.
Oh.
H-A-G-G. That's a city there.
Oh. Okay. I told you she would pass me. How much? 17. Did you run any of it, or are you just strictly walking? No running? Oh, okay. I was taking bets on whether you're running it. A little bit?
Kind of jog down a little bit.
Oh, okay.
We passed a lot of runners, and that just makes my legs hurt.
Oh, yeah. I don't think we're conditioned for running right now. So, we are going up right now. So, combination of two things. I'm trying to keep up with her, and we're going up. So,
Are you hydrating?
yeah, I'm staying hydrated.
Do you have enough?
Yeah, I got plenty. Den Haag, yeah. You said Den Haag, right?
Yeah.
Den Haag, yeah, that's what she said.
Is this right?
Huh?
This isn't right.
Yeah. Yeah, because remember, you climb up to the water tower, and then we came down. So naturally, got to go back up to the water tower. So there's a tram car going up again. I don't know if y'all can see that. That tram car is going to hit that first tower right there. That first tower coming down is quite scary because that's where you can see it. I don't know if you can tell, but it leans and then it starts a sharp decline to the lower tram house. Yeah, so there it is. So it's going to go up to that second tram tower at the top of that peak over there. And then from there, there's no more towers. It's just a really long stretch to the very top. And you could look down a long ways. Oh yeah. Ready? Yeah, I'm injured. I should decide to take a break away from me. Oh, what are you doing, stretching? You tight?
Oh, everything's tight. Yep. I also think I have too much in my shoe.
What do you mean? What?
I have my orthotics that I normally wear,
Oh,
but I also have those gel squishy things.
oh yeah. You probably shouldn't use the gels.
I'm going to take those gel things out.
Yeah.
I was curious if it made a difference. It doesn't make a difference.
No, they're fine. Like if you're like working all day and having your shoe, but for walking, dude, they're worthless.
I'm better off with a good sock.
Yeah. Your normal footbed.
I think these socks are good, but I think I just have too much stuff. I think that's why my pinky toe is rubbing there.
Those gel things are also taking additional space, putting pressure up
Yeah.
this way,
No, that's what
and they're doing. Your foot's doing this.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. So just rubbing on the back of my pinky toe is feeling.
Okay, let me see if I can get up this. Ugh. All right. Now, I may drop signal momentarily for whatever reason when we came through this way. This whole thing, even with 3 modems, dropped signal. So hopefully it'll not drop signal. All down. So since that one tram car came up, the 2 tram cars run parallel to each other. So that means the other one will be coming down at some point in time. So it just touched that second tower. And somewhere along the long stretch is where the 2 cars pass, because all the people wave at each other. So it's going to be a while till a car comes down, so I may not be able to catch a car coming down. But there's the lower tram house. So, like I told you all before when I started this whole thing, a lot of times when my wife, we come out here, a lot of times we do the hike that's called the lower tram to upper tram house. And you start there at the parking lot and you go north, and it wraps around the mountain, goes through there, and it's like 9.34 miles, and it's about a 4.5 to 5-ish hour hike. About 6-7 years ago, when I was really fit and could run out here, I ran it in 2 hours and 38 minutes. 9.3 miles, ran up. Now it's really, really steep. There's a lot of sections where even though you're trying to run, you're just pretty much hiking really fast. You're not really running. But there's a lot of sections where it switchbacks up the mountain and it's just pure running. You could run. And then when you get all the way to the top, there's about a 2-mile stretch that skirts right along the crest of the mountain. It's a really nice run through the aspen trees up there. As you can see, my wife's way ahead of me. I can't even go downhill fast. Hey there, let's see here, Calantes, hello, how you doing? We're just finishing up this 365 trail hike. We're headed back to the parking lot of the lower tram house. My wife is, she's actually out here training, getting ready in about 3 weeks for the Rim to Rim Grand Canyon hike. So she's trying to get her hiking miles, leg miles, endurance up. So she was here. She's already ahead of me. I can't even go downhill fast right now. And that's officially 5 miles for me now. Yep, 5 miles. And I think she got 8 in. Let's see. Oh, yeah, sure. Let's see, who is that? Goodness gracious, I can't read you. Man, the sun's too dang bright out here. I can't see her name on my screen. Yeah, we'll do it again. Let me go talk to my wife. Let me go catch her and tell her we got a request to do it again. She's gonna laugh. Well, I'll be real serious about it when we get down there. Let's see here. See if I can see your name yet. I'm using a Bella box with 3 modems. So I've got a 5G AT&T modem, a 5G Sprint modem, and a 4G AT&T modem on me in my backpack. And I'm streaming it to my computer at home. And that's a Comcast internet. And I'm actually sending the stream in 2 places. I'm sending it here to Twitch and I'm sending it over to YouTube. So if you look for me on YouTube under PowerKarma, you'll see I'm streaming there as well. I don't even know why I'm streaming there, because if anybody's chatting with me, I'm not paying attention to it. So I apologize if anybody is over there. I haven't really figured out a good means of... Oh, here comes the tram. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna come over here really quick and I'll let y'all see the tram coming in. Well, I think my wife already knows I'm walking slow, so. All right, so if you look up the tower there, so the tram that I tried to point out earlier was the blue one, and it was on the left side, the left cables, so it went up on that side. And these things run, they run exactly opposite of each other. So, so it just hit the tower there, and it's gonna All right, I went ahead and unplugged the. All right, I unplugged the microphone. I don't know why. They're both light. Both lights are blue. Oh man, I didn't think you were supposed to drive. Those lights are usually flashing over there, so that cars are not supposed to drive under there when this is going through. All right, y'all, my wife's waiting for me, so pretty much it's just gonna park in there and they unload. So hang on, my wife is down here. She's already texting me asking me where I'm at. She knows I'm running slow, but not that slow. So I gotta get a move on, get back over here. Darn it. Now I gotta figure out what's going on with my microphone. I didn't hit the mute button. Both lights were blue, indicating they were connected. So I'm really not sure what happened on the sound there. All right, everyone. So once I get to the Jeep here, I'm going to unload everything and I'm going to start the process of shutting the stream down. So I appreciate y'all stopping in for another stream. I will be streaming again tomorrow as I start my road trip to Oklahoma City. Start my 2-week-long business travel trip. So I'll turn the stream on briefly while I'm driving to Oklahoma City. Sorry, but I stopped to look at the tram real quick. And then we just got a request for someone. They said they missed the whole thing. They want us to do it again. No? All right, sorry, y'all. She said no on the do it again. Whoever's request that was. Huh? Oh. Somehow or another I dropped audio over there. Let's see if I get this off of me. Oh.